Okay, YouTube should be good. Let me just copy the chat over. All right, cool. So there we go. Should be live on Twitter and on the YouTube. Perfect. All right, so plan for the day, and I'm a little hoarse. I was yelling a bit yesterday. Went out to this place called Dante's in Portland. There's some band playing, small time thing. 10 people in the crowd, but yeah, fun stuff. Definitely, I don't know, not exactly my cup of tea as far as like rock music goes, but it was, I'm not having trouble describing it. It was somewhat, I don't know. You could tell that they really liked the 80s and they were trying to mimic some of those like punk bands, but yeah, I don't know. It's like that bit, that line in SLC Punk. Like, if you're punk, you don't have to, you don't have to wear the costume. You can be punk without wearing the costume. Like, I don't know. That's the way I kind of feel about it. Like, whatever. It's performative, but they were performing, so whatever. Okay. So, for the YouTube and the Twitter, our plan for the day is I don't remember where we left off specifically, so we're gonna have to hop in. We did start fiddling with Kimmy K3 on Open Code Go. Probably keep doing some of that. Need to figure out where we left off, kind of in the middle with Messijo and the MCP server and stuff. So yeah, that's our plan for the day. Let's get to it. All right. So yeah, that's where the Kimmy was. We'll leave that for now. Now, which directory is this? Okay, yeah, so here's the thing with this. We were doing this in the API, when instead that needed to be over here in the SDKs. It was fine, Granick. I don't know, man. Okay, so in this one, let's double check where we left off here. Okay. So we had all of this really mixed up. This should have been over in the API, which I think we did in this flow. And in the SDKs, yeah. So we haven't fixed that part yet. Yep. All right, so then this, yeah. We had this stuff all over the place. I don't think we need that context anymore. So this is the part that we just did. All right. And this is in the API code. Did we actually change anything here? All right, so I think we committed what we did in this part. I don't know if we did, actually. Yeah. Let's double check where we left off inside of Kepler, too. Okay, that's right, that's right. So, yeah, the OAS diff warnings were a separate thing. And we wanted to clean those up. Right? We silenced the warnings coming from the dependencies compilation. Yep. The formatting only file. That was fun. Yeah, 2 atom versus 2 existing atom. That's fine. So let's double check what's going on in our GitHub Actions here. Aha. So this generate check failed, and this is over in the SDKs. All right, and we're done with this now, this context. Yep, so we don't need to resume or do anything for that. Right, okay. So then, yeah, why did this fail? It failed because the types weren't generated at the right time. Right, and we didn't start that in Kepler because we're in the middle of this over here in Kepler. Right, we implemented this into slices, but I think there was a reason we weren't doing anything further here, and that's because, yes, we need the SDKs to rebuild, and that part, I believe, is still flawed. So, yeah. So this part here didn't work because this check is incorrect. And what we could do... Hold on, that's over in the SDKs repo. We could probably bring the SDKs repo into here. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where we did the discovery on why this generated source is not validating properly. Ooh, I haven't seen that explain error button. Ooh, I haven't seen that before. Maybe I just wasn't looking. But yeah, something about this means that it's no longer like we're not generating from the correct thing. Yeah, definitely not as valuable as running it ourselves. And hold on, let me get my chat in the right place over here. There we go. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing? Should have grabbed a stirring stick or something. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, all right. So we can have Codex go and use the GitHub CLI to pull down that context. So hold on. It looks like we generated the proposal. Oh, wrong place. Right, right. So it's probably in the OpenSpec directory. Yeah, so it's fixed canonical generation input. Okay. So yeah, I don't think... Let me double check what our history in Codex was again. Yeah, sure. We'll update. Right, I believe we just created the proposal. We haven't actually, like, kicked it off yet. So that'll be fine. We just got to make sure we're doing the right one. It'll give us the list. Man, could you imagine how out of sorts I'd be if I took a longer trip away? Dude, I should have taken better notes. I should have taken way better notes. Okay, hold on. I haven't seen that continue change workflow. So yeah, this is new. Let me double check this. Is there anything we want to do here? And hey, what's up, Brainless? Right, okay, so this is happening inside of our CI GitHub action. We started creating a proposal. Okay, so let's see what we get here. Shit, we did this in the wrong directory. And hey, what's up, Ethan? And hey, thanks, Patty. Yeah, let me catch up on chat. Sorry. Where the hell is my chat? There we go. So yeah, brainless. Hell yeah. Thanks, Patty. Appreciate you. Taking a lot. Okay, so you're fiddling with Bruno. Yeah, I've heard Bruno was good, and it's still fully open source, right? I haven't had a chance to mess with that one. But yeah, was the insomnia just not something you were enjoying? I did just remember. I need to charge my phone. Well, here, let me just go throw it on the charger in the other room. I'm trying to see if I had an HDMI, or not a HDMI, a USB-C cable long enough. I don't think I do. Sorry about that. Yeah, phone needs to charge. Yak? Yeah, I haven't heard of Yak either. Picks from Chain React looked fun? Yeah. It was good. It's a solid conference. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, local only. Okay. Yeah, this looks nice. You like how Bruno interacts with Git? I haven't used that one yet either. Oh, and Bruno's local first as well. Okay. You want to add a theme to it? Nice. Until the heat death of the universe. Yeah, okay. I like the comparison. What is the pricing? Like, what do they even charge for? Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they gotta make money somehow, I guess. But if it's open source, how do they restrict that? If they don't have accounts? Yeah, I'm always curious about how you really do like monetization for a fully open source product like this. Because it's not even cloud enabled, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. But you know what? WinRare works. Licensing, and if you get caught, but isn't the license MIT? Yeah, the license is MIT. Let me get more music going. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, for an MIT licensed project, how would you even do that? Yeah, so I'll support hosting, but this doesn't have accounts. So it's like, I'm really curious how this is profitable. But, you know, my guess is, yeah, probably like support is the main thing. So I could see that. But, let's do something chill. Yeah. All right, let me get some tea going too. Get UI things? Yeah, so similar to, I mean, I don't know. Are those really just not in the code? Open collection? Oh, that's cool. I hadn't heard of open collection. Yeah, I just find that so strange. Yeah, I don't know. They must have like a separate private repo that has those things in it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think there's something that like GitLens does that's similar to that. So I'd have to double check that because I'm curious now. Yeah, offline only. Like, yeah, yeah. I'm so confused by that, but okay. when they say offline only, they would still have to like phone home to validate a license, right? So I don't know if this is accurate. I don't know. Yeah. I do not know. But okay. Anyway, back to what we're doing. All right. So right. Okay. So yeah, the bootstrap part was taking precedence. Okay. Yeah. Right, but it's just not accurate. But oh well, whatever. All right. So we've got the spec created. We'll go fresh context now. There we go. All right. Is it like a panda onesie? Got it. Makes sense. Okay, so regenerating this SDK is a blocker for us because, well, I mean, not really. No, so we can continue along. So then yeah, over here. Yeah, so we didn't need that context anymore. We're gonna skip this song though. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're gonna add OpenSpec to our git ignore. I'm just tired of seeing the noise from it. Okay. Uh. Oh. Okay, there we go. Right, we need the get ignored too. There we go. All right, so let me double check the log here. So we cleaned that up. We fixed the OAS diff warnings. Those should go up and get fixed for the C# SDK, which should be fine. So now I think we can start back up on... all right, let's do this real quick. Oop. Okay. So now, right, we pop back here. And this is the MCP prep that we're doing, right? Yeah, this is kind of messy, just like the subdomain aspect of things. But I think that's all right. So then, yeah, so config, this is the dev one, this is the runtime one. So public client ID. I'm curious about this part. Yeah, the onesie would be amazing. Right, so we're going to need to generate those. Sure. And this... we don't have that really set anywhere. Right, as far as the migration goes, this is a whole new file. The Attesto stuff, right? So that's the library for setting up OAuth servers. Yep, okay. I'm not so sure we need this client stuff. Right, like we're just trying to do the OAuth for the MCP server. I don't think clients are anything that we need. That doesn't make any sense to me. So MCP security audit events. What? Yeah, I think the Clanker massively misunderstood what the point of some of this was. All right, so this is where we're actually doing that work. I wish. I guess. Hold on. Let me just look at the diff this way. Here we go. So hold on. Let me look at this. We go back to session here. Actually, let's look at this. Yeah, so I think there's some stuff we're missing here. Unable to pull. Most likely some kind of merge conflict. Nope. Okay, but that at least cleaned up the open spec stuff in there now. Good. Okay, cool. Oh, yep. Okay, so we can hide that again. All right, so and hold on, how much of the context do we have left? Oh, that's our token usage. I forgot that even shows. Nice. Did they go back to a 5-hour window? Where are we getting that 5-hour window from? Uh, there we go. Something like that. Sure. Okay, so then we should not do the repository-wide warning cleanup. I don't think we have too many other warnings to deal with. Okay. Let's double check this then. Brainless, do you remember what the right way to see all my warnings is? Let's restart that real quick. Yeah, I just want to double check like what warnings we might have from the CLI, just like project wide. And I don't remember how to do that. Like I know I could just go browse file by file. But I thought we fixed all that. Oh, mix compile force. That might be it. I did mix compile, but not force. And that's right. That's why we paused this, because we weren't able to do the validation step. Yeah. Now I remember that. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're good. No, we had already fixed it. It had just forgotten. And hey, what's up, Cambrix? I forget. Is the 3 a B? I can't remember. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Anything fun or, exciting happening on your Saturday? My Saturday is fairly uneventful so far. Traffic was fucking crazy on the freeway, though. Driving back from Portland. Like, just stops, like, randomly, in the middle of nowhere, for no reason. Just too many people. Usually you only get that on, like, Friday evenings on I-5. Because everyone's going to, like, going off for, like, weekend activities. Okay, it's an E. Camerix. All right. No, that's fine. Well, I mean, Brainless. Is it MIT licensed in the source code? Because you can just pull it down then. Like, I'm just really curious how that even works. Right? If it's just a standard MIT license without any provision. Does the repo say that, though? Okay. No, you want to be ethical about it, but I'm just saying, like, isn't that what the license is, right? So, yeah, GitHub. GitHub. Permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software to deal in software without restriction, including without limitation to the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense. Present them. Like, if they don't want to do it the right way, like, they can't limit you if they're giving an unlimited license. That's the whole thing. They need to change their license. Right? That's not how licenses work. If they want to do, like something weird. Like what? Right? There is no licensing kerfuffle if this is the license. I just don't understand. Like, that's my point. Like, how are they enforcing any of this? Because technically they can't if the license is that. If this is untrue, they need to change the license. That's fine. Most likely the pricing page copy is for the released and distributed version of it. Right? But this is literally the only thing you need to run it yourself locally. You're maybe going to run into, code signing stuff on Mac or whatever, but I doubt it. Like, I don't know. What stops you from just running it? It's MIT. That's how open source works. Like, yeah, this takes precedence over their pricing page. No, I get it, but like, just literally, this is it. If you are getting the code via this, that is the only license that applies to the source code. That's how that works. Yeah, no, I get that. My big question would be, what do they do their like collections with? Are they doing the open collection thing? Because technically, as long as you just have this, you're done. Yeah, it's super strange, beautiful. Like, that's just not how MIT license works. And they're not even like dual licensing, as far as I can tell in here. Like, that's how that works. But yeah, it's most likely the like the distributed version, right? Like the published application wrappers. This has zero restriction. And if they added restrictions, it wouldn't be MIT license. Hey, what's up, Spheriphoria? How you doing? Oop. Let me get more music going too. And yeah, what were you on? What were you doing on your stream? Nope. God, I can't type today. There we go. Whew. All right, so how's everyone doing? Let me get more music going. And yeah, welcome in on the raid. So you were mocking a USB controller byte by byte. Interesting. Yeah, we're implementing like some SDKs and MCP stuff. We're doing, clanker stuff with it, but we got into a discussion about like how licensing really truly works. So if you look at it, right, there's this thing, Yak, it's like a Postman competitor. And what's up, J-Lem? How you doing? How's your dog? Everything work out? Everything okay? Yeah. So this is what is confusing here, right? Like, it says it right there, too, right? They say it's free for personal use. A license is only required when using Yak at work. However, this is their source code, right? On GitHub. It's open source and MIT licensed. Hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy without restriction. Right? Yeah, so licensing applies only to the pre-built binaries, right? That's the thing you pay for. So there we go, beautiful. Yeah, right? So yeah, nothing stops you from just cloning it down and running it. And I think if your company is full of software developers, that shouldn't be too crazy of a thing. So yeah, I had completely missed this part. So yeah, right? Like, if you want to standardize your team on this, go for it. But I think another more powerful thing is it based on open collection? Because this seems pretty awesome. The only thing I'm not seeing about it is like how you would do scripting. But I guess no, it's got testing out of the box. That's basically the same thing. So yeah, doing good. Just the panic of microscopic spikes freaked you out. Freaked you out. He's weird about people opening his mouth. Yeah. No, I was asking about the dog for sure. Yeah, I have no idea what sea urchin would do. So yeah, makes sense. But yeah, like it seems to me, if you have this like intermediary, then you're kind of more portable and future proof, theoretically. It is interesting to me that it doesn't seem like Yak is supporting open collection, and it seems like open collection is really like a Bruno thing. Right? They even say it down here. But I'm a big fan of that, right? Right? Just trying to support the portability of like, your data, your tests, all that stuff. But if it's only one company supporting it and doing it, I don't know if that has that much value then, right? So yeah, we were talking about like how Brainless is trying to get off of Postman because Postman sucks. Like it was good for a time. And he's just evaluating some other tools. Like he checked out Insomnia, and he's now looking at Bruno and Yak. And they seem cool. Um, but yeah, like I really like the idea of like an open spec. Mm-hmm. Right. And I know like we could all just use curl. Sure. Not every dev prefers to work that way. There's a reason these tools exist. So yeah, I think it's interesting. But yeah, so Spheriphoria, if you had to get going, appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid. The main thing we're kind of clanking on right now is, let's see, let's get back to the context here. We're trying to build an MCP server, and some of these things I just really have no idea about. I am not necessarily a fan of what the Clanker has done already, because there's a library for Elixir called Attesto, which is like the way to set up like OAuth properly without like building everything yourself. Right, so OAuth 2.1, OIDC. Theoretically, the OIDC thing is going to be useful for enterprise if we ever wanted to do that. So we're probably going to need to anyway, right? But one of the things I'm less stoked on about Attesto, or about like the way that the Clanker generated the code, is it's creating like all this stuff for like OAuth clients. But I don't think I'm going to set up any infrastructure for people to like get OAuth credentials and create their own OAuth clients, right? Like, I don't want to be an identity provider in that way, right? Like, I just want to be able to do the OAuth flow for MCP, right? When you go and use the MCP, if you're not logged in and authenticated with a token, it can do that part to then send back to our stuff. And I definitely don't like the idea of using something like Clerk or any of that stuff. I'm not a fan of anything living outside. Like, I'm not a fan of going across the network, across like the entire world to do something that's on your hot path like auth. That just sounds crazy to me. And I'm sure there's something you can do at like the enterprise level with Clerk to make sure that you're like in the same data center. Right? But I'm not made of money. Like, fuck that. No offense. Sorry, I swear sometimes. My voice is a little hoarse. I was just at a conference and, yeah, I was definitely swearing, swearing up a storm at the conference. Need to fix that, but whatever. But yeah, I'm just on the fence about what some of these things are for. Like, what is the audit thing for? Like, yeah, so I'm gonna have it double check and explain to me what the audit is for. Like, I think it really needs to justify what this audit functionality is for. And yeah, so I forget, is is the crowd coming over from Spheriforia's stream? Are you guys like generally pro or anti AI, or is it just a tool? Like, I just, trying to think about how I adjust the messaging around, what I'm doing and why. I see. Okay. So I like what the audit's for. I was misunderstanding that. We're also like jumping back into this after like 4 days of not streaming and not touching this at all because I was at the conference. So yeah, like some of the decisions we made previously, we're catching back up on. I do like writing code for certain things. Like, I still think it's valuable because the tokens are only gonna get more expensive from here. This is the cheapest time to like fiddle with and understand this AI stuff. Right? If it ends up becoming a fad and like the tokens get so expensive we have to start using brain tokens again, okay. But at least until then, I'd like to like educate myself and use this stuff more. But you don't let it do all your thinking for you. Human in the loop, I think, is still incredibly important. Right? It's a tool. Don't you become a tool for the tool. Right? Okay. So I get it. Yeah, this is just so we can like audit and record things and understand if someone's trying to like abuse stuff. Got it. You weren't really solving the puzzles? Sure. I think that makes sense. It's almost like Lego, right? Like if you're just building the Lego set into the thing, right, that came in the box, well sure. That's fine. But some of the best time I ever had wasn't following the instructions, right? When using Legos, it was just building something, right? And I still feel like I get that feeling when iterating and chatting and like figuring out the plan, right? So maybe like I'm dealing with like bigger blocks at this point, but it's still like the act of just coming up with an idea and making it real. I love that part. That's why I got into this stuff. I think it becomes the biggest problem when you're offloading understanding to it, right? You're asking it cutting edge questions and trying to get ideas. It gives a lot of you can't do. Maybe, yeah. I definitely think there's some like prompting you can do. Like, I'm probably gonna give BMAD another try. Just because so far, from all of these like spec driven development tools I've used, and I mean, Get Shit Done was pretty good too. I feel like BMAD was the first or was the best at like thinking outside the box for some of these things you might want to build, right? Like I need to get back to that form tool that we started with it because some of its ideas of like how to be like a developer first form service, I really liked it. Like it came up with some really interesting stuff. Like push to an endpoint first and you'll get back like your credential and ownership for it, right? Instead of like sign up, get a key, blah blah blah, right? That sounds pretty powerful. Yeah, I mean, Sir Elfman, you can definitely fix that with some good instructions in your agent's MD. I mean, Sir Elfman, you can just fix that with your agent's MD. Like, I'm curious what you've tried to fix it. And yeah, anyone coming in from Spherophoria's stream, how far did he get on the the USB mocking thing? Mocking a USB controller, byte by byte. Yeah, that sounds crazy. But yeah, I don't know. As far as like, it depends on what kind of like cutting edge you're talking about. I'm just talking about like, if I have an idea for a thing, I want it to ask me questions and maybe help me realize like stuff that I want to do that I didn't realize I even wanted to do yet. Some of that creativity or just like outside the box thinking, I think is totally doable with, with the right prompting. I get it. That makes sense, Sir Elfman. But again, what have you tried? Have you actually been treating your agent's MD as like a living thing? Like you could punish and steer. Like there's nothing stopping you from doing that, right? It can just ignore and does sometimes, sure, but I mean, Sir Elfman, how long ago was the last time you dealt with that? And how much is in your agent's MD? And yes, it can just ignore it, but for the most part, the models have gotten much better at obeying it. Well, yeah, always say hello, please, and thank you just to burn more tokens, right? Yeah, they're my tokens. I'm using them. If you don't use it, you lose it. I don't know, I'm just BSing. But right, didn't you hear it costs them like millions of dollars a year when you say please and thank you and hello? So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. They can't stop me. But yeah, in my opinion, dude, yeah, we need to get BMAD going again. It does look like they're updating it pretty regularly too. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Sir Elfman. That just sounds less valuable. Right? Like the idea of them purposefully dumbing down certain models. I don't know if I believe that. But I do think there is something to that, right? So if you go look at the margin lab stuff, let's go historical, right? It definitely does seem like they may like fiddle with Claude code in like optimizing it for the next model that's about to come out. But there's also maybe a bit of like, well, hold on, let's make Claude code worse. That the next model seems way more intelligent. Oh, and yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not purposefully. And in general, do you think it's the model, or do you think it's Boris 1,000 sub agents a night being a bad engineer? You know? And maybe bad's the wrong word. But right, like looking at Codex, well, yeah, it seems much more stable as we start to look at like where the gaps are. You know, how they improve. What's up, Amillenite? Yeah, that's true. And then hold on. So Sturdy Post. Speaking of token spending, JetBrains ran benchmarks and wanted to verify less tokens spent on the Caveman project. Well, they found that 55% less token spent was quite overshot. Yeah, like the claim that they made on the project, and reality is closer to 8%. Sounds about right. Yeah. Dude, a loop for hours sounds ridiculous. Like, I know people are trying to do it, and they're trying to build like the whole software factories thing. I get it. And I definitely need to try. Like, we'll start something and try and, like, get the loop going. We'll do it with some cheap model like Minimax just to fiddle with it. And I've got that Minimax subscription that I'm barely using, so why not? But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of trying to get multiple things going at once. I'm maybe not the best multitasker though. I think in general I kind of tap out at like 4 models running at a time. I do kind of like the idea of like, like a heartbeat. It's a cron job. But getting a cron job going, like even hourly, just to like comb Sentry, and then, you know, from there create PRs that fix Sentry errors. I think that would be valuable. Why not? I still want to review the PRs though. I still want to look at the code. And yeah, nah, dude, Uncle Bob's been a dickhead for a long time. His opinion has not mattered to me whatsoever. Like, he has maybe a good nugget of wisdom every once in a while. But, yeah. He's always been kind of a dick. Like, I think clean code maybe started from a place of value, but it's become so dogmatic that I feel like it's done a lot of harm. Right? Like the people that take it too far. And I would assume he's probably one of those dudes too that takes it too far. But if he's not even looking at the code anymore, how does he even know? Yeah, I think it's tricky, Sturdy Pose. Like, I don't know. No one's perfect. But, nah, Uncle Bob's just a dickhead. Like, he, like, delights in being a dickhead. Like, when he's got his liberal tears coffee mug. Like, dude, it's such a dickhead move. Like, it's a dog whistle for sure. You think he's going senile? Possibly. Didn't pay a contractor one time for work done in his house? Sounds about right. He is 74, yeah. Yep. I think the thing I dislike the most, even. Yeah, dude, he's one of those dickheads, for sure. Hold on, I lost the thread. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say there. Oh, yeah. He's definitely one of those, like, appeal to authority assholes. Well, I've been coding for 30 years, so I know better. Right? Rather than just making his point better, right? Like, it's such a logical fallacy, and I hate that so much. I hate it so much. No one should be using how long they've been doing something as a reason to just listen to them because they said so. No, that's not how debate works. It's a logical fallacy for a reason. So yeah, like I think that's the biggest thing that I dislike about him. Yeah, exactly, Sturdy Pose. I mean, the joke I always make, right? Like, you know, I bet we all know someone who's been playing guitar for 30 years and still sucks at it. I'm getting there. You know, like, it's just a bad metric. Years spent in the industry is almost as bad as lines of code written. But you can guarantee he's the kind of asshole that would probably try and measure how many lines of code he's written over his career, and he would use that as some fucking thing people should care about too, right? I've written over 70 million lines of code, okay? So, who gives a shit? But yeah, anyway, I do like to rant. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll let the clanker clank along. Yeah, that's him roasting himself, and he doesn't even know it. But no, it's just another dog whistle. Like, yeah. In fact, it's not even a dog whistle. Like, it's a bullhorn. But okay, so here's what I want to do. We're gonna get in there. And we're gonna commit this stuff. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna commit what it did here so far, just so we got like better snapshots for later. All right, so we committed that. I'm gonna create a new context. And yeah, if anyone wants to give this tool a try, Kepler is what we're using. We need your feedback. We need your help. That zoom bug, I think, is actually something that they have a fix for, but they haven't done a release yet. And yeah, Kenny, missed you too, man. Yeah, it was fun. One thing that's really cool is, and I just fiddled with this yesterday a little bit, the remote access is actually like really like straightforward. Do I still code by hand? It depends on what I'm doing. You know? Like, yeah, we definitely hand coded some stuff just recently. For sure. I think it just depends on what it is. But I do think I need to like keep messing with this stuff a lot, you know? Like the AI malarkey. And then this thing was actually brand new to me recently. Like, dude, you can set up like remote environments. Right? So this is pretty cool. Like this was brand new to me. I didn't even realize that was there at first. And yeah, like theoretically, you could have Claude Code or OpenAI like Codex or whatever in a cloud environment and connect Kepler up to it, and then boom. And then theoretically, that cloud environment would then be something that you could like use Kepler remote access wise here as well, and just go out and about, coding on the train, coding on the bus. So yeah, I haven't done a whole bunch of that yet, but I do want to try it. I think one thing that is missing though from the remote access stuff is like auth, right? Like it would be nice to maybe password protect it. So then at that point, well, yeah, you'd probably want to get like I'm pretty sure Cloudflare Tunnel. Right? Like I forget what the pricing is. Yeah, free. Right? That's crazy. So then theoretically, post quantum encrypted. What? Okay. Oh, yeah, this is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if there's a way to do passwords because I know you can do that with ngrok, but it's only on the paid plan. So I'm actually curious about this now. Yeah, maybe Cloudflare Tunnel isn't a good analog for what we'd want to do here. Or not analog, but just like option. Like I think ngrok might still be more valuable for like the password protection and stuff. Yeah, so that's like Grafana stuff. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder, is that maybe like a product we could offer? Like for paid account users, we could, because like you don't want to necessarily expose your computer to like an auth denial, right? Like a DDoS basically, right? That kind of attack. Because password hashing is costly, right? Or, any of the encryption stuff with enough endpoints, you could be fucked. Cloudflare Tunnel doesn't seem to offer the password thing by default. But maybe it would be the perfect middle layer to use as like part of like a product for that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I'm not explaining my point very well, I think. But the idea is like, what would we want to gate inside of here that would make sense as like, well, yeah, you need the paid version. And I think the auth, like us being an auth middleman for your remote access stuff could be worthwhile. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Let me create a new note. Okay. I'm curious, how does T3 connect to it? Right? Okay, yes. Yeah, so they're using Cloudflare tunnels under the hood. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, this is a good one. Yeah, okay. So we were basically we were going down the same thought process. But yeah, if we ended up doing this, it could work. I just still feel like for Gitkraken, we'd want to do this separately. Like, we'd want it to be like a single click in the interface, not something you got to run here. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. So, yep, similar to what they're doing, I think there's just a different way we'd want to do it. But I do think, yeah, right? It's a huge ergonomic win if you can make this easy and safe. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Cloudflare tunnels are actually the right way for us, though. Like, it'd probably be something we just spin up on a worker instead. Yeah, I don't know. But, all right, at least we got that idea. Just thinking out loud. Okay, so back to this. Oh, and Camerix. Sorry, 1 second. There you go. All right, so you play with tunnels.io and Keybind. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't seen Keybind for a while. No, it's fine. It was just like we have links disabled for like random uh like spam bots. But yeah, happy to allow you to do that. Okay. No, this is cool. Yeah, no, this is awesome. I'd be curious like what the infrastructure is like. Hmm. And yeah, what's up, Sourced and Sold? Yeah, no, I'm just in the middle of like brainstorming and thinking about how we could protect your remote access to something like Kepler. Yeah. So theoretically, I could start this. It would get a URL. So theoretically, yes, sturdy pose. But if you don't do like a middleware, then it's still just your home machine exposed to the internet, right? And then someone could just easily just denial of service, like attack your home server, right? Burning out your hardware, your equipment. So that would be like a pretty valuable thing to have someone else be responsible for. Like you could just do that. But again, is that something we would want to do for other people, right? Well, I mean, what I'm thinking is that would be part of the value of the GitKraken subscription. Or maybe it's an add-on. I don't know. But just making it like a one-click thing for paid users would be really useful. Right? Not everyone knows that stuff, especially as more inexperienced devs are getting more and more power to change things at your companies, etc. I don't know. Project managers, whatever. I'm just thinking out loud. But yeah, I don't know if we would be able to offer that at like a zero cost to us, right? So I don't know if it works into the subscription or if it becomes like an add-on. No, and I get you. I get you. Um, to me, I think that's a pretty valuable thing. Like, we already have the remote access, right? But I don't feel good recommending remote access to people with no kind of auth layer, right? Like, do you really want to give access to your home machine and your, like your Claude code or codex that has full write access to your system? No. Like, so this feature, in my opinion, isn't actually usable. For the broad public, All it takes is someone finding the endpoint that gets exposed, right? The ngrok URL, the whatever. And they can prompt away on your machine, delete things, whatever. So I think, yeah, we kind of do need that. I think that is a good feature. Right? Like, I think the remote access stuff is really compelling. Let me get more music going, though. Like, what feature were you thinking? What functionality? Oh, sorry, Source and Sold. My bad. I thought you were talking about this Kepler thing we were talking about. I gotcha. No. I gotcha. You were talking about MCP and SDK for Messijo. No, we're doing it. I think an MCP is the thing that differentiates us. Right? How many other platforms have like a good MCP server? Right? Okay, so Source and Sold, the tunneling thing is totally separate. Totally separate. The tunneling thing is for work, for Kepler. The MCP and SDK are for Messijo. So those are like totally separated. Yeah, no worries. Like, I was just still like in Kepler, our like GitKraken thing. This remote access, how could GitKraken like add value that makes signing up and paying for GitKraken's subscription valuable? And I think making this a one-click like auth thing, huge idea. So we were just brainstorming on that part. No. We're working on the MCP server and the SDK for Messijo. We're just doing that slowly because I had a thought. That's all. So yeah, that is part of the problem of juggling multiple projects at once. Like, which one is he talking about? So I get it. I get it. Um, is my Twitter still going or is it frozen? Something looks weird on that browser. Yeah. Okay. But wait, what's a great thought? Because I'm getting distracted. Hold on, wait, what? Uh, do I have to do work outside of work? No, but I do because I don't believe they're paying me for hours. Yeah, the Kepler remote one. I really like that idea. Yeah. We're definitely gonna do something about that. I think that's like a good feature ad and a good like reason to pay for GitKraken while still giving a lot of value with Kepler. But like feature ads like that could be really valuable. Anyway, though, so yeah, sourced and sold. Like I'll stream weekdays from 1 till 6, 7, 8 o'clock, right? Well, I mean, obviously I deserve a raise, but also like I'm not treating 9 to 5 as like dedicated work hours either. So because of that, there's a give and take of I don't mind working outside of business hours either, right? If I'm not going to constrain myself to only work during business hours, then I'm not going to constrain myself to not doing work outside business hours, if that makes sense. Like you just got to get the job done, And as a developer advocate, my job is somewhat fuzzy. So thinking about these things outside of business hours is just the job. Showing the product and working on it, like like using it here on stream. Yeah, sure. So I don't know. Yeah. I think that's my favorite part about like software work in general. They're not paying you to be a butt in seat, and jobs that are paying you to be a butt in seat, boy, they suck. Like life insurance company shit. Ugh. Gross. They're paying you to get the work done. How and when you get that work done should not matter. Unless you're on call. Yeah. Yeah, that life insurance company, man. But okay, let me get more music going. God, I really do like this album. It is a bit crunchy, but yeah, it's a good one. But okay. So I do think this is interesting. What I'd be curious about is like, is there like a password protection step? Okay, yeah, they do have authentication modes, but you need to be on the pro version. Sure. This is pretty legit. That is actually really interesting. Yeah, I would guess though, yeah. With GitKraken, just doing the OAuth through GitKraken would make sense. So yeah, our auth server could like live in the middle. We'd have to like manage the tunnels that are spun up. Or at least like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. Anyway, let's keep going on like our stuff. All right, so we're kicking off part 2 of the MCP SDK stuff. And this slice, I forget what that slice is even doing. Let's double check it. Okay. So yeah, as this is churning along, let's double check on the SDK thing that we were doing here. Okay, so I think we're ready to push this up. What's up, Beaver? How you doing? Aha, okay. So contracts current, yep, instead of fixtures, yep. Okay, so this looks good. Okay. Uh, is your by program? I assume you mean like damming up a river, right? So you're asking the AI like the best way to like lay out the logs? There you go. Do I feel faster or slower with AI? I mean, some stuff is way faster. Like as far as the MCP server stuff, I don't think I would have gotten that far in the amount of time we have for like setting up the OAuth and some of that junk. There's some other things where it's like you're not going to be able to do like a grep and like sed command easily enough to like one of the examples we had to add response codes or something like that to our open API spec to every endpoint. And to do that was like 30 different files. And it was so simple. It was just like adding one line there, but because of like formatting, right? Like automatic formatting, it wasn't a simple like find and replace kind of thing. But AI was really good at doing that. And it was faster than me doing it, right? So yeah, some things are going to be way quicker with AI. I love this. This right here. I have big plans for this code. Please, no more refactors. Big plans. Damn the consequences. There you go. Yep. Yeah, that one's good. Big plans. Like, dude, yeah, it's just so fun. But okay. Almost typed get add in there. Wrong place. And let's double check these before we stage them. All right, so the OAuth code. Yep, and you're granting the auth of which organizations this OAuth token is going to be scoped to. So it needed that bit. I'm not sure I like this code. All right, is returning a nil actually the right thing? Okay, so this is where the contract has the error bubbling up. Okay, no, that works for me. I'm not a big fan of structuring code that way. Like, I don't like the colon syntax. I'd rather use like the proper like do end blocks. How do you feel about that, Brainless? Are you a big user of the non-end style statements? Yeah, I think I'm okay with it for now, but okay, so validate transaction status instead of pending transaction. Okay. Wonder why that didn't make it into the first slice. Yeah, okay. I like the changes. Okay. Yeah. I see why they're doing that. Sure. Just because that's basically the level of permission that we have these as like read, write, and admin, and they're like progressive and inclusive as it goes up. But that's maybe not obvious. So, okay. I have a feeling once we start like actually like using this testing with it, there's going to be something that we're not that stoked on. Like, I'm not sure the flow, especially for permissions, is how I'd want it. Like, you shouldn't be able to grant write access if you don't have write access, right? So, yeah, I think that's going to be something we end up having to fix, but we're going to let it clank through on the slices that it has right now. Yeah, one thing I'm noticing, oh, and I should have kept that. I'm not sure I'm a fan of our naming conventions, right? We got like API slash OAuth, but then we got like an OAuth endpoint in our auth, like, subpath. And I know what the difference is right now, but will I in the future? Because right now the difference is this is how you log into Messijo, right? Via like GitHub, Google, whatever. And this is how you allow the MCP server to auth. So they're separate things. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm curious about this. But all right, tests. We don't need the docs. Okay. So yeah, let's stage the stuff we care about. Oop. Yeah, so lib and test. Um, yeah, multi-organization consent. All right, we can do another one of these. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? And yeah, a Millenite. What's your process like for teaching yourself the software engineering? Because at some point you just got to start building, you know. And I think at least at the beginning, it might be worthwhile still to like, hand code a bunch of stuff. You know, like read a lot of code, figure out what you like and don't like about other people's code, what you like and don't like about, like certain patterns for coding. Like, do you like for loops or do you like a for each function or a map function or blah, 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 right? So, like, getting in there and having taste around things like that is really important. From idea to implementation. Yeah, I mean, start thinking about one of my favorite things is how are you going to deliver it, right? You can almost work your way back. So, like, depending on what you're building, right? Is it going to require login? Well, yeah, you probably don't need server-side rendering for a thing that requires login. So you could, work your way back from understanding that part. Like, okay, so then it's going to be a client-side rendered app that's going to be deployed out to, the CDN, static assets in like S3 or something like that. So boom, you've got that part kind of figured out, and then you can start working your way back. But I would say like start thinking about the architecture first, because then architecture decisions impact what you can actually build and where you want to get started anyway. Are you going to need an API? Like, are you going to have backend logic? Well, yeah, if you're going to have login, well, you're definitely going to have an API and backend logic, sure. At that point, You know, I hate Next.js. I think there are very few good use cases for it. But you may decide that Next.js is the perfect thing to get started with. It just depends. I would still heavily push to consider building a proper REST API. Model a problem into code. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, do you have a problem in this context? Next.js was a good option when alternatives were spare. I still disagree. I just think it's trying to solve a problem that I don't think most applications are going to have. You know, is it going to be your marketing site? Well, yeah, your marketing site should be static assets. You know, should just be statically rendered. You don't need server-side rendering for a marketing site. Are you going to have a login gate for your dashboard? Well, yeah, that should just be static assets sitting on a CDN. And it's just client-side rendered dashboard application. There are very few use cases where server-side rendering is actually like what you need. You know, if you're going to be operating like a really large public-facing site that has a lot of pages, right? Server-side rendering is fast? Not really. It's not as fast as already rendered content, like static assets, you know, like a statically generated site. But the point I'm making is like, well, yeah, if you end up having like a catalog or like a Craigslist style site with millions of pages, well, yeah, statically generating those is a bad idea, especially because the content may change. And then you're going to have to re-trigger static generation. Yeah, SSR is perfect for that. But that is such a small portion of the amount of things that you're going to build over your career that it should not be your first step. Like, it shouldn't be your instinct to reach for Next.js because it's solving a problem that's maybe a 10% problem. Maybe. Probably closer to 5%. And just all the hoops you have to jump through in like building in a way that is server-side renderable just isn't worth it most of the time. Like, I just think it's a bad developer experience, too. It is one of my biggest pet peeves ever to be navigating some documentation site and see some Next.js error. Right? Like their 500 error page. Like, why? It's documentation. It definitely doesn't run often enough to where like static generation is a problem. But, you know, I like having opinions. And, you know, you don't have to agree. Oh, yeah. God, I forgot the name of it. Yeah, Syntax, like, crawled that site. Or not crawled it, but, like, you know, did some content around it. And it was cool. Starts with a, like, MC, right? Like, McMurray? I don't know. Uh, McMaster car. That was it. Yep. And yeah, this is a good site. But right, like not everything is server-side rendered. You know, there's stuff that we're seeing popping in and out, right? The fact that it's an ASPX site is probably the most surprising. Yeah, exactly. Like this is a good experience and this is a perfect use case for server-side rendering. So I agree with that. Totally. I just think there are very few, you know, sites that are going to be made like this. Over your entire career, how many sites are actually going to need this level of server-side rendering? Right? Like how many are going to have that many pages or things that need to be, you know, SEO indexed? It's a very rare thing. So I'm not saying Next.js isn't useful. I'm saying, yeah, use it for the things where it's actually useful, not on every site. Like it shouldn't be the go-to. It shouldn't be the default. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. There's plenty of things that offer SSR for sure. Yep. No, that makes sense. I get it. Like I know Brainless really likes what is it? Live View? I always get them mixed up. There's Live View, Live Wire, Hotwire. I'm sure there's some others I'm missing. React server components. I'm not sure I'm a fan of React server components. Pipewire? Who makes Pipewire? Or are you just making one up? Live Hotwire View. Hot Live Wire View. Yeah. Yep. Hot single components in your area. Oh, Pipewire is for sound in Linux. Okay. Just fitted name wise. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, yeah, back to it. Yeah. So, let me double check this. Yeah, so we don't need to do the NuGet thing. I'm not sure about the README. We're going to have to verify that. NuGet, you can't stand it anymore. Transitive dependencies and microslop BS haunting you. I mean, it's better than the alternative. Right? Just like manually vendoring all your dependencies. Ugh, you know? But I guess there's also, what is it, chocolatey? I feel like there's some other stuff in the Microsoft ecosystem for like package management. Yeah. But doesn't chocolatey still use like the NuGet repository? Or am I misremembering that? Let me get more music on though. Oh, and I need to pay rent. Almost forgot about that. Let me do that real quick. I want to forget that. Okay, so as long as your language has good support for it and not acts like Rust or JS, where it's basically mandatory to have a package manager. So you like manually vendoring dependencies? I'm not a fan, but eh. Okay, cool. Rent paid. Your asker? What's that? But hi Nikita. Like a brother? Okay. Oh, you don't code for production yet, Sickwe. Okay. And wait, what's up, Kenny? Yeah, what's up with the bots or spam? Okay. What was that word? What was that German word? Isn't it just a dog? Oh, got it, got it. Yeah, I know. The energy vampires are going crazy right now. And then what was that other one? Yeah, it seems like just a few of them all at once. I'm so confused. Hold on. I'm going to translate one of these. Yeah, I think it's got to be energy vampires, right? Fish face. Fish face. what? What kind of fucking? Is that a common thing to call someone in Germany? That's a weird one. Oh, that's pretty funny. All right. Fish face. At least they were entertaining. You know, could have been way worse. Ah, that's funny. CM Guppy. Yep, exactly. And yeah, exactly. Kenny, like, what was that? Was that something you meant to type into your clanker? All right, so let's double check. Oh, we're gonna have to look through that code. Yeah, we were over in here. Boop. Uh, where's the origin of that word, clanker? I'm not sure who came up with it, but you know, it's like just a poorly made robot. You know, like clanking, like you know, nuts and bolts and yeah. I don't know. I'm actually curious now. Oh, popularized by Star Wars. I never actually watched any of it. Yeah. Star Wars. Yeah, that's even cooler. Yeah, I never watched any of that. Like, I feel like I don't think I played Republic Commando, and I never watched Clone Wars. Stargate over Star Wars. I mean, Stargate definitely had some like soap opera style episodes that were a bit meh, you know? I like the film. So if you're saying like Stargate the film over Star Wars, I think they got a different goal, but sure. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't remember that. No, it's fine, Kenny. Like what did it? Are you using like voice to text or something? Okay. Which voice to text thing do you use? Oh, this is saying the earliest usage in a robot context comes from a 1958 film. Huh. Okay. Whisper? Okay. All right. Let me double check this again. So, there you go, Brainless. A lot of yelling. What metal are you listening to? Something newer or like classic metal? Ice Nine Kills? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like anything Vonnegut based. You know what? Hold up. Let me show this off. Picked up. So basically, I went to Portland, and Portland has Powell's Books, which is one of the like biggest used like book emporiums you can find, like new books as well. So I went and got a first pressing of this, which is somewhat newer, right? But look at the birdie. I really like his short stories. And I also got Love as Always. Kurt Vonnegut as I Knew Him. It's like, I don't know. It's just about Vonnegut. Figured why not. And then, and it was cheap. But these I'm more stoked on. So this is I haven't even taken it out of the plastic that they got it in. But Cat's Cradle in like one of the Dell like paperbacks. So probably, I would bet maybe a first pressing. I'm going to double check it. And then this, I don't think is a first pressing. I think it's like a first edition, but not a first press. Fourth printing. Yeah, so this isn't a first print, but it's a fourth print of Slaughterhouse 5. It's not in perfect condition. Looks like some worm got in there and started eating some of the pages. And, you know, like kind of dog-eared on some of the corners, but I don't know. I'm a fan. I'm okay with it. But yeah, let me double check to see if this is a first, because I am curious now. Okay, no, not even close. It's just an older printing. But in very good condition for a paperback. But yeah, definitely not a first. I'd love to get some first presses. But yeah, from 1973, it looks like. But yeah, let me just throw this back on in. Yeah, I do want to maybe like spring for a proper first print. So I've definitely got some first prints of some Douglas Adams. But let me just get these out of the room real quick and I'll be right back. All right. So, continuing along. Let's get back to it. And why is that, Brandless? Okay, no, I get you. I get you. Okay, so yeah, back to the diff here. I think our README is pretty meh. Right, so we definitely want to do the OpenAPI TS config. And yeah, hold on. I missed the subs. And aw, dude, Alex, I just noticed that. Dude, that was a 3-month tier 1 sub? Dude, thanks, Alex. I just now saw that. I knew we hit the hype train, but I forgot to look where. All right, so we've got those things in there. We'll add the README for now. Yep, and that .NET stuff we'll do separately. All right, so I think we also, hold on. Yeah, no, we wanted to add docs too. But not all of them, just the NPM one. All right, so then this is fix, make open API contract more future-proof, I think is a good way of describing that. And then Yak is out of the equation, discarded. The repo is a pain to build, got bored trying to fix the issues. And as far as you were able to see, there is no scripts, which is a big factor for you. Got it. Yep. Yep, so that makes sense. And yeah, Bruno probably seems like the option, right? I'd be curious if it might be fun to build out your own, right? Like using the open collection stuff. A lot of features to implement. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think Bruno's probably worth it. Okay, so we got that pushed up. Let's double check. So I guess here's my question to the SDKs repo. What do I need to do to I can't remember what the intended like flow here is. Like ideally, as we make changes to the spec, like we're gonna have automatic stuff. I'm just wondering if there's like a simple step here. But yeah, so let me double check this. Yeah, I was gonna say an Elixir one, yeah. But then gaming time, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think like an Elixir one would be interesting. You know, like I wonder if there's a like an idea of so one of the conversations I had at the AI Tinkerers thing was around like the idea of multiplayer support for LLMs, which was really compelling to just think about like like when you're just chatting into like a Slack chat or whatever, and you got multiple people prompting the same agent in the same context. Like, what does that look like? What is the value of that? Like, I think there is value just seeing how other people work with AI. Yeah. People do that, but then I was wondering, like, what would a version of that look like with an API testing tool like Bruno or Postman or something like that? Yeah. So yeah, Sickweed. What I'm getting at though is like taking that same multiplayer idea and applying it to like another kind of tool. Would that have value? You know? And that's kind of what you do with like OpenAPI, like Swagger produced docs. You just plug in the URL and you can press a button to make the request. But this would go deeper than that, right? Like you could orchestrate entire flows. So it'd be like useful for QA maybe, right? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if it has value or not, but it's interesting at least. Have I heard of Pulsia? No. What is that? Oh, yeah, I think the marketing thing, terrible idea. But the planning and coding thing, I think I'd still want to be like, I'd rather be in the planning phase. But as far as like, once you've got the plan, having the clanker just clank away while you sleep makes sense, right? Because that's basically how like Jamin Holmgren does his like night shift approach. Like he spends most of his day creating the plans and then, overnight turning the tool loose on it, which I think has value and is interesting. But you still got to be like in that loop. And I just think, dude, the marketing part, terrible idea. Fuck that. Hell no. I like the aesthetic, I guess. The button is extremely old school looking too. Yeah, make cold calls, run ads. Yeah, I hate that slop. Like I don't know. Wish I could click in and see the ad and recognize how bullshitty it is. But okay. I mean, I do think it'd be interesting to mess with. Over $1 million in an AI bill with it in just a few months? Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, sounds about right. So what's the pricing? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, but I probably won't use it. All right, so let's double check this. Okay, so release repair. That's what we got to do. Sure, it makes sense, Sickly. Sure. But I don't see this workflow. Oh, in the API repository. Oh, yeah, wrong repo. Duh. How are the SDKs and MCP servers coming along? I mean, we're working on it. Oh, wait, hold on. Cancel, cancel. We go back. There we go. Yeah, we did need that checked. So yeah, what we discovered is that our version 0.2.0 didn't deploy properly. So we had to hold off on the .NET SDK. So let's make sure that's working. Yep. Yeah, all right. So that's fine. So now let's commit this part. What was that open API stuff I did before? The library. So you mean schema thesis? Or do you mean like back in the day? Yeah, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. I'm hoping to make a YouTube video about it because I think it's awesome. I think it's genius. And yeah, Alex, are you still out there? I'm trying to see who all we got for gaming tonight. Haven't heard anything from Robotic Head, but I'm pretty sure he's in Japan now. So he's probably not going to be gaming with us for a while. But yeah, we're so close to beating V Rising. I'm thinking I might try and like see if there's like a server config or something I can mess with to increase the uh like the Rift events or whatever. Might be able to beat Dracula tonight? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I forgot like what all we've done and we're waiting on. Because we still haven't beat that one jerk, right? And we were trying to like level up enough to beat that jerk. You know? So that's why I was thinking I wanted to increase the Rift events so that we can farm up the greater Stygian shards. Yeah, exactly. That guy. So then we could at least like upgrade our weapons. Oh, yeah. See, Dragula. I love that song. I'm not a big fan of Living Dead Girl though, and I was bummed that came on in some bar I was at recently. And I was like, oh, they were so close. But okay. So, how is our deploy? Looks like the repair succeeded. So now let's double check if the SDKs are building. Okay, it was waiting for approval. I'm okay with that. I think the repair workflow is good that way. Okay. So now this should succeed. At which point, I think we could start getting back into the Kyoto thing for the C Sharp SDK. So then, yeah, while that's going, let's double check and look at all this. So here in config, we add grant type supported auth code refresh token. Yep, adding some of that stuff. Just double checking a couple other things real quick. Okay. All right, so this commit is basically just add refresh token support. Yep. All right, so the docs we don't care about. These are all entirely new files. This is the grants thing. Right, revocation. Yep, yep. Yeah, I forget why user ID would be encoded this way, but I think it's fine. Like, when would it be different? And I think that's something that I messed up. But I don't think there's any harm in being defensive about it. Yeah, and I don't think we need to document any of this in the public Open API spec. So I think that part's fine. Refresh tokens, okay. Let me get more music going. Which song should we like? Should we do something crunchy or should we do something chill? Stick with chill. All right. So Attesto refresh tokens, yeah, I think that works as the table and all that. The indexes. What is that syntax? Oh, come on, AI mode. Do it. On a JSON B column. Oh. I should have paid closer attention to that, I guess. Right, so that's where it is. Map, claims, and successor. I'm not sure how I feel about using a JSON B column. How do y'all feel about like embedded JSON in your database? Right? I guess because claims can be kind of a dynamic shape. You've never used Postgres for it, just Mongo? Yeah. I don't think there's any need to have a separate claims table. And what would that claims table even look like? So for that case, like embedding it probably makes sense. Curious about the 88 characters thing for the hashes. Like, what algorithm defaults to 88 characters? Is that like a bcrypt thing? But okay. Yeah, I'm all right with it. I think it works. So then tests. Yeah. All right. So back to session. Oh, we got to add config. All right. So this is going to pick up on the next chunk. Okay, so yeah, MCP prep Redux is kicking. The SDK, yeah, did that finish? Right? Quality validated. Yep. All right, so now we can merge. All right, so then it does the quality check again, which should be pretty quick. And then I believe that should kick off. Which thing is it going to be? Maybe prepare? Yeah. Yeah, so that should kick off prepare once that that flow is done. So, hell yeah. All right, let's do the craziest thing we've ever thought of and close a bunch of tabs. All right, so I'm going to drag this over because I think we could maybe make some content around that eventually. All right, so yeah, we can close that down. Updated 1 month ago, even though we're sorting by newest. Interesting. Yeah, consumes extra credits. Yep. So, still, nope. Got to use Open Code Go if we want to fiddle with Kimmy. Uh, okay, so this is incorrect. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So then we switch to main, pull, tag, push. And yeah, hold on. Let me read what you wrote there, Sir Elfman. You just wrote assembly that adds more instructions and somehow is faster than assembly with just one instruction. Wild stuff. Well, I mean, it depends. Like, not all instructions are created equal, right? Like, which instructions did you like? What did you swap out? What was the slow one? right? Because some of them do like a bunch of overhead. Like that was in that article that we were reading previously, right? Right. So as an example, right, this move SXD is actually much slower than like a move ZX. The wind won the battle. That's not good. So yeah, move with sign extension. That's what that stood for. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, like it just depends on what you're doing, right? So like a regular old move is going to be faster than move with sign extension, right? Even if you're not using the sign. Now, technically, yes, it did reduce the amount of things to do as well, which makes sense. But, you know, just in general, some assembly instructions are just slower. All right, so it's basically, you know, here's definitely towards your argument, right? If this is your like loop that you're doing, well, yeah, reducing that loop is going to be faster, right? So yeah, I don't know. I really like this article. I don't know nearly enough about assembly, but still a good read. Okay. Yeah, so it requires an approval gate. I get it. I get it. All right. All right, so that should trigger this action now, right? Okay. Yeah, I like this being a like an explicit process for deployment. I think it makes sense. But okay, cool. So that should make it up to NPM here in a bit. Let's double check if there's other stuff we should be closing out here for the moment. All right, we'll leave that. Get rid of that. All right, isobencha latte is something we can definitely kick off again here soon. No. All right, let's grab this. Okay, so we don't need that open right now. Okay, so yeah, that's slice 4, so we're gonna have to double check that. All right, and yeah, what's everyone doing? And I'm thinking I can probably stream tomorrow. I need to come up with another like a hot take, kind of like AI blog post thing. And this thing's still kicking along, huh? Okay. So yeah, while that one's going, what's our next step? All right, so we got the MCP kicking. We had the error with the SDK that we're looking at. Thanks for the raid, Forza. Do we think it's a bot? Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I know what I did. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. I forgot to pull. Yep. All right, so we delete that tag, get pull, or get status. See, no, that should have worked. So wait. Let me double check this. Where is our SDKs repo? And yeah, I'm not a fan of this song. So here's my current theory. That pull request we merged was just missing an update to the package JSON, right? Okay, I see what happened now. Got it. So process is different from prepare. That's right. That's right. Okay. Hey, what's up, Mark? How you doing? Oh yeah, we chilling hard. You had fun? Yeah. Did you do the like the social, the thing in the gym? What was it, like Laravel prom or whatever? Oh, you were the DJ. Oh, that's fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. And then what is the fix here? Um, See, I think the clanker was incorrect on like the order to run these. You think bedtime's near because you're exhausted but don't know why? Yeah, I mean, it's like 10 o'clock for you. That makes sense. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Kenny. Like, yeah, get some sleep, man. So let me double check this. Okay, so the prepare did work. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, Mark, what would you say your highlight was at Laracon? Oop, almost the wrong window there. Just seeing everybody again in real life. The shenanigans were real. Hell yeah. Uh, I bet this is going to be a merge conflict. Oh, no, it's not because it's a different package JSON. Perfect. All right, so then... All right, cool. Yeah, yeah, all right. So this isn't a terrible flow so far. Let's cross our fingers and hope this succeeds. Be a whole lot cooler if it did. All right, publish looks like it worked. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Sweet. I think, yeah, we'll need a little bit more work on it. We probably need to get some keywords in there, and yeah, I think we'll need to get a license in there too, but yeah, let's continue on this process. So, registration enabled, registration rate limit. And that's some Attesto stuff. DCR. Oh, DCR is like direct client registration. That makes more sense now. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, I'm still not sure it makes sense to do any of this client stuff. Like, would the MCP server technically be classified as a client? I don't know if it is. But you got to bounce. You deployed to prod and broke some stuff. Luckily, UI only. That's fine. People don't need to be able to click buttons. Yeah, I don't know about this either. Dynamic client. So that's what it is, not direct, dynamic. Yeah, I think we'll let it continue down all of these slices. But at some point, I think we're going to want to gut the client stuff. Like, I'm going to have to, like, really understand why it created that part. But at least we're in the branch here. We can always undo that stuff later. But let's get more music on. You know what? Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? All right, so a bunch of tests, bunch of new files. Okay. Yeah, so, yep, we'll commit these. I think the tests look okay. All right, so yeah, this is feature add dynamic OAuth client registration. All right. Ooh, somebody's smoking some weed. Smells good. All right. So then, yeah, we can close that for the moment. All right. Continue along. Man, I'm getting hungry. Not sure I deserve a cheat day. Not cheat day, but just like, I ate a bunch of terrible food the past few days. I probably don't deserve Indian food tonight, but I'm going to order it anyway. And then tomorrow I'll be better. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Now, I am trying to lose weight. I'm not trying that hard, but. Okay, so this is the like a validation step. Interesting. All right, so yeah, while that continues clanking, The SDKs thing kicked off, and it looks to me like we can restart the Kyoto thing. All right, cool. And yeah, Owen. Yeah, sorry, man. I saw you a little bit ago and forgot to say hi. How you doing, man? Oh, and Sir Elfman, I missed your assembly post. Yeah, let's look at that. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, so that does kind of defy reason. Let's ask a clanker. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. And then let me catch on your dad's side. Gotcha. Oh no! Did we miss something in the API change? Oh no! Alright, so hold on. Where's our API repo? It's this one. Alright. Ooh, and what are these warnings? Oh, just IO inspect? Meh. Alright, so... there's the creates. So hold on. When did this get updated? This is a while ago. I think this was a copy-paste issue. No, I see what we did. We just jammed all of it together. Is that what we did? Yeah, because here we see common. Okay, so update notification, webhook params, SMS params, email params. But we're not going to have Slack or Discord update params, right? Because that's all done through like the OAuth thing. Is it though? I'm less sure about that part. Okay, so then if we go look at the update endpoint, yep. So we basically only support those three anyway. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. I think I'm getting there. Right, so that means our validator is broken. Okay, okay. Or not validator, but like... It is the validator. Yeah, it's like the... Like, the thing Zod would be doing, basically. Okay. So... It's going to be something we do independently, because this is still clanking along. So we're going to go do it over in the terminal over here. It's just easier that way. Yep, all that looks up to date. Okay, so then let's do an open spec fix. Honestly, we could do this by hand. Let's just do it by hand. So, yes. The part we're at here, that's the response stuff. And hold on, what was their assessment here again? Yeah, the response is good. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure response was correct. Okay, so then same idea. We want to look at, not that. So we need the one of, we need a mapping, we need the discriminator stuff. Okay. I know, the old-fashioned way. All right, so required name and type. We can get rid of that part. We're not going to have create Slack or that. This is going to be update. Nope. I guess here's the thing. like, I don't think it makes sense for us to be able to change the type of a notification after it's created. So I think I want to add another, like, error that's possible. Right, so let's find the update. Yeah, so if we really want to think about this, and this is why we ended up not doing like the one of stuff previously, because type is actually not a thing that you would be able to send. But we still probably want to do it for like type safety reasons. Okay. So, yeah, this is actually going to break something on the front end. Because we're not passing type, but we need to. So I want to have like an error here that like bails out. God, I wish we had early returns. Yeah, it's all right. If and then what we'll do is just notification dot type is not equal to that. We do that, but we end up needing the else, and this end goes down at the bottom here. All right, and then 1 second. Let me catch up. In 3 days, or you're 3 days into coding an AI website, you got everything working, including payment through Stripe and clickable menu. Can you rate what I think is your future if you keep doing this? Also, P.S. You have ChatGPT as your helper. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a skill. You probably need to practice up and understand what, you know, what the code is. I don't think not being a human in the loop is an option, right? And eventually you're going to have to like learn and understand the code, right? To be able to approve it and understand like the scope and the risks and all that stuff. But, yeah, anyone can do it. No, wait, what did I miss? Yeah, I know, right? Beaver logic, there is definitely like a complexity difference between those two things. Like, clickable menu is table stakes. I should hope your menu is clickable. All right, so I think there's one thing I want to do. If we're doing the update notification thing like that, our common params, we are going to have the idea of type. Let me get more music going. And yeah, I love that album. That one's chill. Okay, cool. So there we go. It is Drama Sans, Sans the drama. And no, it's just Comic Sans with ligatures. All right, so let's validate this. Forget what our schema thesis command was. Uh, uh, yeah. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Star? Now I gotta look this up. Where was our schema thesis script? It's not dev, it's not build public open API. Nope. We see those. Shit, I probably should have documented this. Where the hell was this? All right, so hold on. How do we search our history? Oh, that's right. So it was the schema thesis local Python thing, but yeah, okay. We should probably get that documented somewhere. Yeah, I should have remembered the Doppler part. That would have gotten me. Wait, what? Went. Well, I mean, number one, we need to rebuild the Open API spec. Uh, oh, because we need to pin the version, I believe. So error in before call here. No runtime fixture mapping for database-backed operation. Update organization. It should be there. Okay, so yeah, let's see what that issue is now. And yeah, we can just do this in here. So we got a fresh thing. We fixed the OpenAPI schema. Now my guess is there's just like one thing we're missing in, like, it says it's a missing key or whatever, right? Oh, and yeah, we fixed that. Okay. So I think here it's misunderstanding some stuff because yeah, put operations are definitely going to run. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be an important fix here. So, sounds good to me. I can turn this fan down. Yeah. Okay. All right, so hold on. Let's look at the reasoning. Music's good. We got more songs coming. Gonna have to change album. Okay, cool. So, while that's going, how's this step? And damn! All right, so this one did a bunch. Okay, let's start looking at the changes they made. Yeah, and that was weird. Why did it do any of that? Oh, okay, okay. Cause yeah, okay. So there was a change to the reader. Okay. All right. It got rid of our inspect. Got it. Okay, so I know why it's doing that now. It's because like our MCP response needs to be streamed. Okay. Okay. All right, so I don't care about those. So now these are new files, right? This is the private MCP producer boundary. Disabled unless explicitly configured. The authorization context. Okay. Oh, God. That is gross. Okay. Okay. I'm not so sure about this. Why would validate fixtures be in here? All right. Forget what the tilde W means. It's a word sigil. Okay. See, I don't know if I would actually do that myself. Why not just do the list? You like it? What would you say the benefit of it is? I guess just like less quote characters, right? Less commas, right? I don't know. Okay, sure. I'll take it. All right. Works for me. Yeah, I saw that the modifier with the A at the end. I think that's interesting too. So yeah, less colons. Yeah. Yeah, or a char list. Sure. When would you do char lists instead of just raw strings? Do you have a good reason for that? Yeah. Oh, just for like Erlang compatibility? That makes more sense, right? That makes way more sense. Okay. Uh, Viterbi algorithm? No, I've never even heard of it. Interesting. Specially designed chips for running this one algorithm? Makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so hold up. Yep, so the stable IDs. Yep, all right, so we'll remove caching. Okay. Yeah, all right, so I like that. So we're gonna create a new proposal for fixing this stuff. All right, so yeah, once that proposal is done, we'll stop and restart. All right, so then back to this part where we're doing this audit stuff. So that dispatch function is interesting. Where's that being used? Right here. All right, so the policy comes from that registry fetch operation. All right, so hold on. Okay, so we're starting with just the organization's list tool. Yep. And what's up? Oh, you're talking about the clip from the movie. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so good. Not supposed to be any right angles on this building. Like, it's genius. You don't have the plans. These are the old plans. The plans have changed. Yeah, such a good bit. All right. So, yeah, back to this part. All right. So I get the registry makes sense. I think it's somewhat over-engineered. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to do some like refactor stuff when it's done. But I think I'll let it go and do this for now. Yeah, let me get more music going though. Ooh, you know what I wanted to listen to that I don't think I even have in here? I don't think I have Mega Drive in my list. I heard that one in the car while I was driving back from Portland today. I really like that album. uh, Mega Drive and the Bandcamp. I can't remember if it's on Rewind or the other album. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. So yeah, QWERTY, if you like movie quotes, this song's epic. Right? Try and like figure out every movie that gets quoted. All right. Yes, let's do this. All right, so let's continue along. How many have you gotten so far? That one I had to look up because I hadn't seen the first film in a long time. Hey, what's up, Robbie? How you doing? And that quote's always gotten me, right? How old am I? He knows when he was made, and he knows the current year. Why does he have to ask, how old am I? Like, I think the line should have been, how long do I live? Or something like that, right? But yeah, yeah, what you been up to there, Robbie? I do. I don't do it on stream that much anymore. I'm cutting down on the whiskey on stream too. Trying to keep it to maybe one spicy night a week. And what's up, Zachary? How you doing? Climbing out of the code mines. What'd you do today? You worked 16 hours and what do you get? Like, yeah. What'd you do? Okay, cool. So now we can stop and restart this one. Argued with the AI reviewers over a load test report. Interesting. What was the argument? What's up, Coolia? And thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you. Oh, got it. And you were convinced it was, and they were trying to say it wasn't. So they wanted to write like, a couple thousand more lines of tests. Sorry, we gotta have English only. It's all right. But yeah, if I don't understand it, I definitely can't have it, on screen. Sorry about that. Your computer isn't working. It's asking for a BIOS password, though, huh? Okay. Is it stolen? Because it sounds kind of like it's stolen. And what's up, Albetum? How you doing? Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, how's it going there, Panzer? All right. Right, I'll beat him. Yeah. You know, when someone's talking about needing a BIOS password and not knowing it, that's usually not a good sign. No, we're not going to speak Spanish here. Yep, that's fine. Channels have a language tag for a reason. I know, right? Something slightly questionable about it. The Hank Green situation? Probably not. I don't even know what that means. What happened with him? Oh, the Chat GPT use in video research? I don't see why that's a problem. Okay, Coolio. Sorry. English only. No. That's your last warning. Nope. Nope. Bye. Unable to ban user. What? Okay, it's just the button. I think I just need to refresh. All right, that was weird. Dude has AI psychosis and anti AI psychosis. Like, what's the rest of the story? Like here, yeah, let's look it up a bit more. You know, while we got the clankers clanking, I'm a little curious. So wait, what? Like, what kind of content does he make? Yeah, I've never heard of this dude even. Science news content? Okay. So Hank and John started Crash Course, big educational stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of people selling courses personally. If it's free, then sure. Yeah, cool. Okay, so he used AI for research, but he's in circles where AI is politically frowned upon. Got it. Okay, so everything's free, so he's not selling. Okay, that's cool then. And yeah, I think that makes sense, Sickwe. Yeah, I don't know. See, so this is weird, right? Like, would you say the same thing about Wikipedia? It's going to get to a point where society is reliant on it, and that's pretty frightening. Yeah, like Wikipedia? Is it that frightening? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, the anti AI crowd is fucking weird. Like, I get it. Don't fucking give your agency away to it, right? Don't let it do the thinking for you. But it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, exactly. It's basically just another distraction from the class warfare we should be talking about. Though I will say, have you guys seen Pangram before? Yeah, exactly. I would say most Reddit threads are actually kind of shit. Like, I'd trust AI more than that bullshit. But okay, so here's my text. Paste. Right? Because it is human written. Damn right. But yeah, I like Pangram. Like, I forgot that they have a thing where you can tag Pangram on Twitter to see if something is AI written. And I think that's interesting too. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna at least screenshot this whenever we announce this blog post. I'm gonna put that as the tag. So yeah, pretty happy with that at least. So boom, all right, we can close that down. I mean, you could try it. I don't know. It's 5:24 a.m. You should probably get some sleep. Yeah. And honestly, it's 8:23. I should be ordering my Indian food. So yeah, I'm thinking I am gonna stream tomorrow, so I'll see y'all tomorrow. I do have to like go to the store and do some stuff, but yeah, I think I can stream tomorrow because I missed y'all. But let me at least like order the food. I'm gonna get some Indian food. Gotta get papadums. All right, got that ordered. But okay. And yeah, I do think, yeah, I mean, brainless, that would probably be a good test. I might do that here in a bit. But, you know, I'm getting hungry. We are working our way through some of these changes, but I'm going to want to like review all of this stuff, all the stuff that's actually changed. Looks to me like this thing might have completed, so we should theoretically be able to run schema thesis now. I at least want to see it kick off. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So yeah, we'll let that run just for a minute. I think it should actually complete pretty quick. But let's figure out who we're going to go raid. Who's streaming right now? We see Howling. Bash Money's going, but she's watching the streamer games or whatever. I don't think I'll be heading there. Zed's going, Blazebits is going, Howling's going. I think we've rated Zed and Howling more recently than Blaze. We see Borrow Check going. Yeah, let's raid Blaze. He's awesome. Oh, we are hearing him. Let me mute for now. All right. So yeah, we're going to go raid into Blaze Bits. He's a good dude. He's doing some Hack the Planet SOC simulator shenanigans. I don't even know what that means. So he's going to have to educate us. So far, all of our tests are passing. Nice, nice. All right, so yeah, we're going to kick that off. I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube and the Twitter. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back here tomorrow. It's going to be a rare Sunday stream just because, yeah, I miss it and I want to get this shit done. And we got to, like, think about some, we got to think about, like, a good blog post that I can write for Tuesday because they want me to do 2 blog posts a week. So yeah, we're going to have to figure that out. But later Twitter and later YouTube. I'll see y'all tomorrow.